It's been a long week. The fucking new league update came out. He's been fucking. Yeah, I know what you've been doing. It's okay. You'll get him next time, big boy. Everybody else good? Karina, you good? Hi, Karina. How you doing? I didn't hear you say anything during the discussions. I figured you had a story with poison kids or something alike. Something like. What the fuck? Uh. What just happened with my computer? Hello? Hello? What the? What the fuck? Everything just turned off. No. I don't. Ah, there's a ghost! Hello? It's a ghost! Hello? Can you guys hear? Hello? Hello? Oh? You can hear. Wait, what the fuck is. Okay, okay. Oh, there you are. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Well, well, you guys don't talk to yourself? Listen, listen. Let's not. Let's not dwell on that. I don't know what happened with my computer, but hopefully it doesn't happen again. Cool. Yeah, fuck you. So, I guess we can get started now. Last time, on the adventures of these five idiots of mine, you guys were outside of Spacey Town, USA, the little gay village. A couple miles out, just entering the forest, when you ran into a very particular druid, or a ranger druid. No, a ranger tiefling that kind of looked like a druid. You guys were kind of confused, but you stumbled upon the little village that they had. You learned afterwards that they had destroyed themselves. They killed all the people, turned them all into zombies, and they were all being controlled by her dead husband that was in the lake that one time. So yeah, you guys chased her down. She kind of had a little spat with you guys in the forest where she was shooting a bunch of arrows, annoying the shit out of you. But eventually she led you guys to her little kill den. Where you guys you guys handled her pretty fine at the end. You were almost fucked, but you handled her pretty fine, thanks to a bunch of fucking clutch plays and one that could have been very clutch but didn't end up being clutch at all. Uh, yeah, that was pretty much the entire session was dealing with her, which looking back on it, you guys didn't get shit done. Because it took so long. But yeah, you guys killed her. She's off your tail. I mean, you guys wanted to pursue her because Siggy was worried that she was gonna follow him back to his village. So it makes sense that you guys wanted to deal with her then. So that you guys did, and what we ended on last session was the scene of Siggy's village, kind of breaking the tree line. It's a kind of a muggy day out, but there are little spats of sunlight that tend to pop through every now and then, and it's kind of the scene where it's just been kind of dreary. You know, the storm has recently passed, and it recently starts to brighten up outside. The sun is illuminated. It gets really warm all of a sudden. You guys feel way better. Your clothes are still probably a little soaked because there's no real place to kind of fix all that unless Quinn has some spells or Xander does. But yeah, the sun comes out and Siggy, you notice something up ahead. something that's very, very familiar to you. One of these parts that you've traveled back and forth many times before, and you see something in front of you that looks relatively dangerous. It's one of your traps that you set up. What? What about it? Okay. So you guys are you're everybody's headed straight into the path of this trap. So you can see it relatively like probably within 40 feet with how dense the forest is in this point. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, so it's like a fucking Ewok trap that you have set up. These big logs that you probably hoisted up yourself back in the day with the help of who is your second in command again? Like your best friend? I forgot his name. Did you write it down? I don't think I wrote it down. Let me go back to the first. Was it Bjorn? Bjorn. All right, let me write. What? Bjar Bjarki. That's why I forgot it's a fucking dumbass name. Bjarki. So yeah, there's you get this flashback of like you and Bjarki lifting up one of these logs that is meant to like hit up against one of these stationary trees. And yeah, there's a little thing that you lift it up. You stay out of the way of the thing as it comes careening down into the tree. Um, yeah, how else are you gonna defuse it? What was that? Yeah. Would you rather set up a pitfall trap instead? Is that what you were imagining? Okay, sure. So you just lift up a bunch of leaves. How do you think you would have covered it? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So you guys hop peer around a corner and see Siggy fiddling with this thing. Not currently. No. It looks like it's been cleared out in the past week. Your people. Not currently. No. This is right before it. All right. So there are a couple more in between here and there, but it takes relatively around like 20 more minutes before you guys get to the clearing. The full beams of the sun beat upon all your faces, and you can see down into this like miniature gorge there is, and it kind of like sinks a little bit, and the land spews out in this vast direction. That it's kind of like their own little alcove in the middle of this relatively dense forest. Um, but there are farmlands upon farmlands. There are these houses, these straw houses. That some of them are long. There's probably only two or three that look like kind of like community houses, but the other ones are relatively small in their nature. Probably 2 to 3 man homes and stuff like that. Some of them kind of have this very traditional like way of being made. It doesn't look like they've strewed off the path of traditional housing in the sense. Nothing too fancy in that sense. But yeah, there are people all over the place. Most of them are doing some sort of farming. Probably leading up to this, if anybody had like a keen sense of was on the ball a little bit, you could tell that people, hunters, come in and out like constantly of this area, judging by how many tracks you see coming in and out, and how many of these are being dragged by some sort of game that they've caught, and stuff like that. But yeah, there's people all over the place in this little village, and in the middle of all of it, while everything else is kind of basic and relatively primitive. In the center, there is this kind of big hall. It looks like it's a big circular building, while all the other ones are relatively square in nature. But there's this big circle one in the middle that has these pillars of rocks, probably around like 12 to 15 feet tall each. Relatively thin. It looks like they've been carved in some sort of way. Some of them don't look carved at all, but they're leading up a path into the center of this place, and it leads up a path and it kind of circles around this building as well. It looks like the main kind of hub of this area. But Siggy, you notice one little outlier to your village that you haven't seen before. There is an encampment all the way to the way you guys came into it. You came from the east, so the pastures like extend out to the west, and all the way to the northwest. There is this like miniature encampment. You see like tents being semi-made and others that look already done, kind of encroaching on your land that you haven't seen before. The structures of the buildings are not known to you. They're not using like straw roofs like you do traditionally in your houses. They're using these gigantic leaves that you've never seen before. But yeah, that's like way off in the distance. You could tell. You probably wouldn't be able to tell the leaves, but you could tell that like their structures of their homes are definitely different than what you're used to. Um, but yeah, that's what you see coming upon the village. Yep. Just kind of talk clear into your mic, maybe. Listen, I'm just giving advice. Did you fucking get snappy with me, you little bitch? It's probably like middle of the day, probably like 11, 12 o'clock. I don't know. What kind of food do they make? Yeah, they're to themselves. They don't trade with outsiders, which is interesting because it looks like there's outsiders. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would just get the sense that those are other people. No, they look as primitive as yours, just different like building techniques. Yep. Well articulated. So you're good ahead in. All right. Oh, what's up? So technically, Siggy being the chieftain or the chief or whatever the fuck you want to call it, his would be the big circle house in the middle. If you want to stay, if Siggy wants to, I'm assuming your mother's still alive. Siggy, maybe no, no. Your father. Right, right. So, right, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, so there's yeah, that's true. I almost forgot that you moved over here. Okay. Yeah, so your house would technically big one, be the big one in the center. Okay. Yeah, so they would make that your abode, but you asked for a special like a house like everybody else. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that can be yours. Um Okay. Yeah, they'll certainly the villagers would have done whatever to appease you, my lord. Yeah, you start walking in. Now, what happens as you guys start walking down this kind of, it's not a steep hill, but it's a funky angle. You start going down and you see like at the bottom a little bit there are these miners that are using these like very primitive pickaxes into the side of this kind of hill that you're going down, and you have to go around and down the sides to do it. But they kind of like poke their heads up a little bit. You see that they're like gathering some sort of mud material that they use for building mud structures as they do. But yeah, they're gathering this mud in these buckets, and this one guy, he's kind of like scrawny, and he's like picking up the buckets and like carrying them to like the back where this guy's collecting them and putting them into like a big kind of storage thing to haul off. He turns around from dumping the bucket into this trough, and he sees you guys like going to the side down the hill, and he kind of like squints a little bit, and he starts like yelling out behind him something that you can't really hear too well, but he starts like running towards the center of town. And everybody at the mine kind of stops a little bit and tries to pay notice to him. Half of them don't really care. Some of them kind of like look around to see what the hell he's talking about. But the guy that was handling the trough, he kind of has this donkey with him that he's going to use to cart it back into town. He looks up at what the guy was looking at, and he gets this like big smile on his face when he sees that Siggy has returned to the village. So yeah, it's kind of like this short, fat guy. Uh, what are the races like in your city? All human? Okay, that makes it easy. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So the shorter, fat guy, you can mistake him as a dwarf, but he's not. Um, he's kind of like wearing this like white wife beater fucking sort of tunic on, barely any pants. It looks like he's kind of freeballing a little bit if you were to catch it at the right angle. But he's just sitting on this like makeshift cart that's being pulled by this donkey, and he's like the first person that you're gonna run into as you come down the hill. All the other guys at the mine keep mining away. Some of them don't look like they care, or they're too tired to give a shit. But the guy that that's mining the donkey cart kind of like fixes himself up a little bit. He hops off with his like his very wispy hair. He kind of like parts it to the side, and he looks at you. He's just like, "Siggy, is that you?" He's a nobody. His name is his name is K, K, his name is Callie. Colot. His name is Colot. There you go. I don't fucking know. Like 130? No. Yeah? Like, yeah. What do you mean? What's wrong with him? Yeah, he's kind of like a known slob. Oh, my name is Kolat, Chief. Yeah, his name is Kolat. See, you can't even remember it. Bjarki, yeah. Oh, Bjarki. Oh, he's I believe around this time he is deliberating with the oh, oh right, you weren't here for that. There I don't know how best to explain it. He's been kind of keeping it under wraps. But there are some outsiders that it looks like Mitri let in. Mitri is like the oh no, yeah, Mitri is like the kind of shaman. She's really wise in your village. But he's just like, there were some outsiders that Mitri let in recently, and Bjarki, being that you put him in charge, has been in talks with them. Right. I we had no say. Mitri was insistent. I don't know, sir. They're kind of a funky bunch, but none of us have been allowed to talk to them. Right, sir. And he just like turns around and gets on the cart and he just sits there. And he stares straight ahead to make it look like he's actually working. You're just gonna so to go to the leaf huts, you're gonna have to cross the entire village. Okay, you're gonna do that. Nice. So, um, the people have been, as you're walking through, everybody has been poking their head out of their houses. This kid, not kid, he's a young adult that ran through the village has been yelling your name and telling everybody that you have returned. And everybody like pokes their head out as you're coming up, and by the time you're in the thick of it, everybody's like out of their homes, coming towards you, and they kind of like bombard you. The ones that aren't working, obviously, the ones in the field. So there's probably around like 60 to 70 people. Most of them relatively old, probably like 20 or 30 of them kind of old, but there's a lot of kids and like middle adults that have clothing jobs or the one blacksmith in the village comes out as well, and they're all just kind of like coming towards you. Yeah. Wait, what are you gonna do? They're all just like talking at the same time. There's no real organization to this mess. Hmm. Okay, you just gonna greet them warmly. Yeah. So, what about everybody else? They're gonna kind of be like giving you looks, and the biggest question that you hear, Siggy, is are the people behind you? Uh, probably most of them have never seen an elf before, uh, uh, or a half elf. So yeah, maybe they're kind of wondering what the hell what kind of company you have with you. But that they're they're all asking at the same time. They're not really pressing you for it. Hmm. Yeah, it takes a little bit, but they know your gestures by now to know they gotta shut up. Oh, and this one old guy kind of comes out and he's just like, "Oh, these the men that took you." You dare cut off Siggy? I did not ask you, boy. Hmm? Yeah, I know. Yeah, they respect you. They're not gonna let these fucking outsiders cut you off. We know what you did was to protect us, Siggy. We thank you. We've been waiting for this day for you to arrive. We've been stocking up food for a celebration in your honor for what you did. Oh, of course, we've already been starting up. Oh, so soon. You only just got here. Ah! However long you stay, just know we all thank you. And like everybody starts like bowing, and then as they come up from their bow, they all like start clapping together, and they start like going off and in a merry way, preparing for a feast that you've seen many times before that have only been really feasts for like victories in your raids and stuff like that. But this time it's a little bit different considering it's for a different cause. Um, but yeah, everybody goes to do their thing, preparing for tonight's pate, as you will. But before that, hey, Xander and Quinn, give me perception checks. Nice. So Xander, you catch a kid running up to Quinn, with this very long stick in his hand, and he pokes him right in the ear. Sure. Give me perception. Let me see how stealthy this kid is. Okay, he's not very stealthy. Even Quinn. Okay, Quinn, you actually saw him. Yeah, so he's like charging towards you. He breaks off from like a group of kids. There's like four of them. He like breaks off and he like picks up this stick. And he starts like kind of running towards you a little bit. Not like running like a charge or something, just like a skip. But he looks like he's going for your ear. What you gonna do, Quinn? Or anybody, as you see this? I mean, half of you would think it's kind of like harmless, you know. Quinn notices that like the kid is actually running towards him. He kind of like stops in his tracks a little bit when he looks at you, and he like sticks his tongue out. He's just like, "Shut up, freak! Fuck you!" No. No, he said, "Shut up, freak." I think Ziggy would have some words against that. Hmm. Yeah, and he kind of looks at you, and he like stands at attention as he like throws the stick over to the side. He's just like, "Yes, chieftain." What? What is an elf? 400. And he like looks at his fingers as like trying to count how much that is. He's just like, "That's more than five." He looks like 6 or 7. And he like gives like one long stare at Xander's ears, probably because they're more like defined than Quinn's, considering he's a half elf. Um, before he turns away, goes back to the kids as they like kind of converse about it. Like they all start like giggling to each other, and they just like run in a different direction. I don't think that's what it is. Okay. Okay. It's fucking mutated autism. Okay then. So you gonna keep heading through? Okay. Huh. Sounds like a great disease. It sounds great. Yeah. You don't have to worry about anything. Even getting stabbed. Cool. So, you guys keep heading forward. Now, to get to the pastures again, you're gonna have to pass by the big circle house. I don't know what to call a big thing like that. The fucking mansion or some shit. No, there are longhouses. This is just like the main one. It's just a big circle house. No, no, no. The longhouses, like I said, there are variations on like squares. So some of them are longhouses, but this one is a circle house. All right, you fuck. It is traditional. The Yeah, the fucking there are houses like that strewn amongst longhouses. I know what aesthetic you're going for. It's like the fucking it's like the thing. I forgot what they fucking call it in Game of Thrones. That like house where all the fucking dragon mothers go. No, not dragon mothers. The Khaleesi moms go. Yeah, that's a circle. That's not what the longhouse is. There are other longhouses. Is that what a longhouse is? Is that the definition of a longhouse? Yeah, but this is just like this is something that's not like the other buildings. Yeah, that's why I call it the circle house. Mead Hall. Is that what it's called? So yeah, whatever. I had I had a different vision, but whatever. Like there are houses like that, but they're not the main shit. Yes, not this one. Whatever. So, yeah, you guys walk past that. Now, Siggy, give me a perception check as you walk by. Okay. You see something at the doorway. It's not like a door. They have like curtains that kind of block the entrance. Um, what? These things have doors? Let me look at this goddamn picture. Okay, it's way too small. I mean, I have. I wasn't thinking Skyrim though. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so the door closes as you walk by it. That's all you notice. So unless you don't want to do anything, you walk by, and you walk. It just closes. Okay. So you walk by. You walk through the rest of the village. You go through the farmlands, and everybody kind of greets you as you walk by with like their little salutes or whatever the fuck you guys do here. Um, and eventually, you make it to the outskirts. You can see the forest starting to continue a little bit. Most of these trees haven't been cut down yet, as they're probably still looking for room to expand as the village gets bigger and bigger. But yeah, eventually you make it to this kind of like little mini village that's been starting to set up on the outside. And as you approach, you could tell some of the workers that are working on these buildings. Um, there is something very particular about what they're wearing. So these people have almost shaved heads, where the sides of their heads are completely bald, and they have very big, like strands of hair, like just down the center. Some of them are in mohawks. Some of them are just like straight down the center, like a I don't know, like a skunk line, but there's no other skunk shit. Yeah, not like punks. But yeah, the sides of their heads are completely bald, and they're all colored, different colors. It look no, they're skulls. Their skulls are just colored different colors by where their eyes, right underneath where their eyes are, all the way back to the back of their necks are all colored, different colors. Now they all look like the colors have like different social statuses. You could tell all the colors of the workers are blue. It looks like, and so you could see like all these workers that are gathering lumber, putting stuff in, gathering the leaves that they put on top of for the roofs are all like blue colored. In nature, and as you like look into this miniature village, it doesn't look like there are any like women or children, probably because it's hardly a place to live right now. But there look to be guards that are painted red. Their clothing is also very particular as well. They wear like they don't wear like tunics or anything. They wear like straps that are wrapped around their top portions. The women obviously wrap their breasts in it, but the men they cover their stomachs in it as well. They don't cover their nipples. The men. They just wrap it around their stomach, and they all have these gigantic pauldrons that they put on one of their arms, and it looks like each of the guards has like this big tusk that's coming out of the pauldron that kind of goes down to probably where their elbow is. From their shoulder down to their elbow, these big pauldrons go, and they're wearing kind of like these big long kind of like tights almost. It looks like with like this cloth like wrapped around it. In various different ways. So yeah, these guys are very particular. People that you have never seen before. They look very tribalistic. Is that a word? Very animalistic. Yeah, they look very tribal and just like animalistic in the way they carry themselves. They mostly, for weapons, have these gigantic spears, along with these big oval-shaped shields on their arms. And it looks like one of these guards has a boomerang at their side, but it's not like a normal size boomerang. It is a huge boomerang, probably the size of like their leg. No, not at all. They're all sorts of. They're all human, but they're not all white. Some of them are. They're pretty dark in complexion. Some of them less so, but most of them are dark in complexion. Not really. Whoa. What? Okay. Whatever. So, the most of these buildings that are being constructed are kind of blocking the way into it unless you want to like walk around to go from a different entrance. But these are being built around trees, so they're kind of like cutting off the entrance. And there's like one main entrance that you can see where they're like two guards guarding the entrance to it. Otherwise, you could just like walk around and in between some other stuff. But it looks like there's one entrance to walk in as you come up. So you're gonna walk up. All right. They do the stereotypical thing where they put their spears in a cross as you attempt to pass, and they look at you, and there's this one big man. He's like towering above both of you. Um, Probably he looks about like 6'7", like 6'8". He's fucking huge. And then there's a woman. What? Yeah, he's really tall. And there's this woman on the other side that has the boomerang that I was talking about by her side. And yeah, she looks pretty stocky herself. And they look at you, and the man calls out first. He is like, "Ula chikake." Where do you want to be? Okay. No, no. Did I say two of you? I meant like I was assuming all of you were traveling together. Yeah, unless you say otherwise, you could go off on your own if you want. Um, okay, yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's what he says, and you say speak common, and they look at each other, and they're like kohante ticha, and he like turns around and he looks behind him, and he's just like kohate ticha, and he like turns back and looks at you, and he just stares you down. He looks at you when you point, and he like takes he points back at you, and he slowly raises his hand so it looks like he just puts his finger up like a wait sign. Hmm. He just looks at you, and after a couple seconds, eventually you hear this voice call out from the village, and he's just like, "Chehote, Chehote chica." And this woman like comes around the corner. She looks relatively old, but she has this like this kind of like spry step in her in the way she moves. Her hair, her skull color is different. It looks purple this time. And her the center, the middle part of her hair is kind of like done up in a bun, just on the top of it. It's gray. They don't color their hair in any sort of sense. And instead of like the wraps around her chest, she just has this like a big long cloak on instead. But she comes around the corner, and she walks up at a pretty brisk pace, and she comes to the front and she's like, "Excuse me, we're kind of new here. Welcome to our village." Oh, Bjarki! Yes, you actually just pulled me away from a meeting with him. Right. Well, who are you again? Siggy. The Siggy? Why, that's by that sigh, it sounds like you've had quite a long journey. Please come in. We were just in talks, but if you would like to be a part of it, I'm sure the way that Bjarki talks about you, he must be dying to see you. Of course. And she turns around, and you could tell like this welcoming and inviting smile that she has on, like as she like turns her head to walk away, just like goes down to like a frown. Like she's putting on some sort of act for you. Can you be the new what? What was that, Melvin? Wow. Jesus. Yes. So she turns around and she starts walking away. The frown on her face. If you're like looking at her just to the side, you can barely visibly see it. But as she's walking, she's just. Oh, what? What? Somebody clap? Why is somebody clapping? Fucking fapping over here. Yeah, so she's walking away and she's just like, "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Britha. I am, I guess you could say the translate. We're walking towards him. Have some patience." She's walking as she's telling you this. What's that? Okay. He just kind of he just he just kind of grunts. Are you trying to knock him down? Strength and What the fuck is the Constitution for? It's not. Yeah, it's opposing athletics if you want to knock him down. Wow, so strong. For what? You're not raging. So he's not raging. Why do you get advantage? Does the bear shit give you advantage? Okay. So the first one you rolled a 3, the second one you rolled a 5. So you could add a solid 2 to that, so you got a 12. Now this guy's pretty strong. I'm just gonna say he has a +3. He would have beat you anyway. Oh no. What? 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 What do you mean? No, that was yours. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty shitty. Okay. What are you checking? Yeah, that's fine. I took the second roll, the first one that you rolled, which is a 5. You rolled the first one, that was a 3. The second one was a 5. Okay. There you go. So yeah, he takes it like a champ, and you barely move him. Um, but he doesn't retaliate. He just grunts. Uh, he may have gone the severity of the chats that you were having in front of him, and he doesn't want to do anything about it. But maybe later, bitch. Yeah, she's walking you through. She introduces herself as Britha, is her name. And she tells you, she's like, "I am the translator for these people. Isn't this wonderful? Look what they did to me." And she's like showing you, she's like admiring the like haircut that they gave her. It doesn't look like she's actually a part of this of this uh, of this village. It looks like. A bird's nest. I mean, I've always had it like this. Just they cut off the sides this time. That was mean. Why would you say that? She looks like she's in her like 60s or like 70s. Yeah, she has pretty gray hair. But like I was saying, she has a pretty spry spirit. I mean, not old as fuck. No, relatively old. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, and she looks you up and down. She's just like, huh, with that attire, where are you from? Fortress? Kapul? Cofford? One of those three? Right, right, of course. And she like kind of turns away with that. She puts down her fake smile again, and she turns the corner, and in front of you is this longhouse, bitch. Uh, um, it's a longer long house, motherfucker. And yeah, the doors are open. Looking on the inside, it looks like these people take their prizes from these large tusk things that you've never seen before. It's some sort of animal, maybe monstrosity. You're not really sure. But yeah, it's just like the walls are just like lined with these like things as skulls along them. Kind of think of like the skull of like a woolly mammoth, but it is kind of smaller, and the horns look like they're much sharper. It's a different entity altogether, but if I can like describe it somewhat, it kind of looks like that. So yeah, it's kind of like lining the walls. Inside is kind of like pretty standard, but all the way at the other side, at the end table, sitting off to the side, there is Bjarki, just kind of sitting there, and up on like this seat, this throne you can call it, but not it's not really a throne because it's like the end table. It just has a bigger chair. Um, Up at the by the end table, there is this man sitting there, along with this woman by his side. Now, this man is pretty, probably a little bit bigger than the guy that you saw on the outside. He's huge, almost as big as the guy on the outside, just a little bit bigger. And his color is gold. That he has on his skull. His hair is done in like a kind of like um let's see. It's kind of like a loose mohawk. It kind of like falls down in like in front of his face a little bit, and just like off to the side just a little bit. And the woman sitting next to him is exactly the same. She has the same hairstyle, same gold, and yeah, their clothes is like they're wrapped in a more like finely the other wrappings that you've seen around the people in the village look kind of like worn like a mummy wraps. These look like fine silk, like newly fresh wraps around their bodies, and their clothing is very ornate, that they have kind of complementing it. So yeah, he stands up as Bjarki like takes notice to you, and he calls out. He's just like, "Ha ha! Is that you, Siggy?" And he kind of like remembers himself, and he like looks over at this guy, at this towering guy that has this like very stern face on, just like looking at you enter, and he's just kind of like recludes himself back into kind of like being proper as you walk in. What are you gonna do? For the guy or your friend? Your butt. Cool. Yeah. So he stands up with this like kind of semi worried face on, and he takes your arm. And he grasps it, and you guys do your traditional, your hugging bullshit, whatever bros do. But he kind of like takes you a little bit as he goes in for the hug, and he does this thing where like he squeezes your shoulders very hard, and he's just like, "I hope you brought a fucking army with you, man. I don't know what they're doing, but," and he kind of like spins you off, and he's just like, "This is the man I was talking to you about. This is Siggy, our chief. Very strong. I was the second in command, but he is back to lead us all to victory." And he like kind of looks at you with this worried face, to like do your thing in front of this big guy. Right, right. And when you say that, the big guy, he kind of like leans towards his wife, who you can assume, and he like says something, and then he like looks at the translator lady that has just caught up with the rest of you, um, and she's just like, ah, yes, yes, my manners. This is Prince Roge, is his name. No. Yeah, they can come in. This is Prince Roge and his wife, Joanna. Joanna. Joanne. It's spelled Joane. Is that Joan? Yeah, that's Joan actually. She's pronounced Joanne because fucking tribal. Yeah. I mean, kinda. That's not who I was imagining, but kinda. Their skin is not that dark, obviously, because there's no fucking deserts out here. Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of think of them like Egyptian almost. They're not like fucking paste. No, not pasty. They're not fucking like 300 Egyptian. Fuck that. Oh no, those are Persians. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good representation. So yeah, so she's like, this is Prince Roge and Joanne. They are they've had quite the proposition for you and your village amongst the other days, and we were just in one of those discussions as to how to proceed. I believe your shaman, Mitri. She gave us permission to actually start all this, and when she says that, Bjarki kind of looks at you, Siggy, with like this like stern look, this disapproving nod comes upon him. Um, and she continues, and she's just like, "Well, shall we continue?" And she says something. She's just like, "Zoko eto." At the prince, and he like nods his head as he turns towards you. So I'm just gonna have him speak as he would, because I don't want to fucking talk back and forth between them. So just assume that this is Britha translating for him. Um, but yeah, he sits down, and Bjarki is just like, now, you've come at a particular time, Siggy. We were just getting to the meat and bones of what's really happening here. Prince, if you would. And he looks at you, uh, and he's just like, so you're the actual leader of this village. I'm all for it. That's what I said, yeah. Just drop the formalities, yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that. He looks at you, and he's just like he looks over to Joanne, and she like looks up at him, and you see like this flicker in her eyes. You see this flicker in her eyes, just very slightly, almost like a small firework just went off. And he looks back and he's just like, "Well, my wife here seems to have taken an interest in this village." In terms of what? In terms of what happened to her? Yeah, yeah, sure. hmm Arcana, insight, maybe. Okay, yeah, you have no clue. Okay, I added 5 to that. It's still not good. Yeah, you have no clue. But yeah, that's what he says. He says my wife here has taken an interest to your village. He lets out this bellowing laugh, and he ends it. And he's just like, "You do not need to continue the hostilities, Sig E." I was about to call you Sigward. I don't know why I was about to call you Sigward, just to be fucking proper. But he's just like, you do not, yeah, you do not need to continue the hostilities, Siggy. We are not here to take anything from you. We are simply seeking an alliance. Stories have spread fast of what you've done for your village, taking it up with foreign invaders, whoever they are, and we simply want to part. That is all. You could say that, yes. We can help each other, though. My home, 3 times the size of yours. Yours in with a very powerful ally. We could use each other. We will manage our own villages. Now, what this foreign invasion has planned for us, that is a different story. But if they seek to change our ways, I'm sure we can come to agreements to oppose that. Oppose. Yes, oppose is correct. I'm sure in my village, same as yours, Siggy, we would rather die than see our ways destroyed in front of us. And we will fight for it if we can. Yes, prepared to die indeed. Yeah, that's what he said, yeah. I and he looks kind of distantly um before he comes back uh and he looks at Siggy kind of ignoring your question and he's just like, where do you think our village is located? Where do you think we live? No, you don't know. He kind of looks at you and he's just like, have you ever heard of Speakenthal? Uh, Siggy, you would know this place as in the middle of like orc country. Speak and tell is this orcish settlement to the left, to the west over here that I'm pinging. Hmm. Yep. He lives in a village somewhere in that forest that he's saying. Yeah, so that immediately like rings out to you, Leonhardt, because this is the middle of like orc village, orc territory, and orcs aren't, wild orcs. Half orcs are, they're more pertain to society, but wild orcs, you don't really last too long going into orc country. They tend to eat humans and elves and other races. They don't look like orcs, no, they're humans. Does that ring any bells to you? How strong we are? If it were only that easy. We have lived this long. Yeah. We have lived this long in dangerous lands. A little bit less dangerous than this. So we can hold our own. Probably better than Siggy's raiders. We have much work to do. We will not partake. We do not wish to mix our cultures just yet. A little bit early. Do not know how the people will react. But I appreciate the offer. It is the first step to trusting one another. And he like stands up, the big creaking of the wood on wood seat that he has, and he like extends his hand towards you. Hmm. Yeah, and he has. Yeah, sure. Give me a strength check. Actually, it'd be like athletics, because it's kind of like climbing. See how hard you can hold on to. No. All right, I'm gonna give this guy a +4. Hey, there you go. You tie. You both. Yeah, yeah. You tie. Hmm. Yes. So yeah, you both squeeze equally so. Um but yeah, you see this like smirk come across his face as like both of you let go and you can see like the whites of your hands as the blood rushes back. Are you not married already, Ziggy? You have no kin? No wife? He kind of looks at you, appalled. How do you wish to continue this? My people will see you a laughingstock, one destined to be alone forever. You must fix this. We cannot form this alliance with you with no assurance in the future. Assurance of leadership. Someone else takes up what we have created and brings it down. We cannot have that. We must strong lineages. That is what we have built. And he like pounds his chest. He's like, that is what we have built our society on. Do you not the same? Is Dirk saying this or? Exactly. What he said. Strong. One's own flesh and blood must take up what they have carried. Take the torch on. And this week you must have some mighty fine specimen there. No, not this week. I expect a normal childbirth. Nothing so estranged. I would take interest in finding a partner as well, Siggy, before we depart. My people will not take respect in one that is alone for life. My people will not take respect for one that is alone for life. No, you should take interest in finding a partner. Alright, you're gonna leave it at that? He looks at you and he's just like he gives you a strange look and he's just like, have a fine day, Siggy. Yep. It is not about respect. We have said our goodbyes. I have left you with my words. But, mhm. Yeah, he just walks. Mhm. Yeah, he kind of just walks to the back and out the back of the longhouse. Yeah, so after that, Britha kind of like sits back in her chair, and she's just like, "Whew, that was exhausting. You handled that very well, Siggy." And she like looks at you, and she's like, "You fucking city folk." Anyway, uh, are you really unwed? Are you really unwed, Siggy? I th- I thought chieftains of all. And yeah, when you look over at at Bjarki, he is like giving you this worried look, and he's just like, about that. Uh, Mitri has been talking to others about your situation. You going off on your own on these adventures with no proper heir is worrisome. She thought maybe somebody else would be fit if you did not find somebody else to wed. If that is what you wish. But Mitri is set on her ways. She thinks a proper bloodline is what our people need. Yeah, Bjorky like gives you that look. He's just like, you nailed it. Not to kill you, sir. She does have respect. She is a power seeker as well, though. Yes, and I believe she means well. If she really sought to take her for herself, she would not suggest that you find an heir. Maybe. I tried myself, but she avoided it at every turn. Right now, she should be holding these meetings that she has been after you left. A bunch of the women gather together along with their children in the mead hall. They have some sort of rituals together, burn incense, and pray. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So at this point, it's been a couple hours. It's probably around like 2, 3 o'clock now. Um, and yeah, you guys make it back. Now the rest of you, do you guys want to do anything else, or are you just all gonna stay together? If you ever want to do something, you can just let me know. Uh, Sorry. Um, but if not, just keep it to yourself. Listen, all right. I'm drinking here. Shut up. Yes, tribal politics, fucking barbaric. So yes. Let's go. So, yeah, you walk in. The door is kind of like cocked just a bit, as you walk in, and you open it up and you look inside, and it looks like things kind of changed a little bit. There's a little bit of a remodeling that happened inside here. Um, the tables are arranged in like sections now. It's not all one big table. Um, and in the middle of this place, there are these candles that look kind of homemade in this like large circle. And there's a pentagram in the middle. No, I'm just kidding. No. There's a bunch of incense that's being burned on these tables, and there's a bunch of women, along with some of them pregnant, some of them with like newly born children, newly born babies, and there is Mitri. Standing in the center of all of them, and she is saying these things in Elvish. Yeah, yeah, so you understand it. If you don't speak Elvish, you don't understand it. Um, yeah, and Siggy, you've heard her speak this language before, um, and she actually tells you, and you believe her. She tells you that she actually doesn't know what that language is. She remembers that somebody taught it to her as a young girl that came by the village, way past when. And but she never really learned what Elvish was or what Elven in general was. Um, but yeah. She's saying these things, and at the end of it's like all the women kind of like repeat it. Granted, it sounds very horrible because Elvish is a very hard language to say, um, but they try to repeat it the best they can, up until they notice. Well, Mitri notices that the door's open, and she like opens one of her eyes, and she's like, "Close that door! There's a draft." Yeah, and then she goes back to saying her things. All right, what's the last position that is going to be in? Yeah, so she goes back to saying it, and she opens her eye again, but she continues saying, it's nothing demonic or anything. It's just like, spirits, blah blah blah, protect these women, good health, just shit like that." Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, and the woman finished like repeating, and she slowly lowers her hands. She's had them up this entire time. She slowly lowers her hands and kind of brings it to the center. And she opens her eyes and lifts her head, uh, and she like looks at the door, completely ignoring you, just a little bit, before she rolls her eyes and looks at you, Leonhardt. Um, what was your question? Shit, I forgot. Right. And she is just like, whichever ones will listen, Sonny. In this damned land, yes. Anyway, welcome back, Siggy. Yeah. All the women like stand up just a little bit. They look at Mitri as she like gives the like, yeah, yeah, go ahead, look, and they all kind of stand up. The pregnant women, obviously, a little bit slower than the other ones, and they proceed to leave out the back entrance. Um, but one person, uh, there is this one girl that is sitting amongst them. Not a girl, a young woman that is sitting amongst them, and you would know her as Tilda, Siggy. Um, yeah, Tilda. She is kind of known as the beauty in the village, one might say. Yes, yes. And she's also one that Mitri has been kind of trying to court for you a lot in the past. Um, so yeah, she stands up amongst them. She's this beautiful like brunette girl. That kind of stands up. She has like all these freckles on her face. Very very fair skin. She's wearing this like really nice kind of lavender dress on as she stands up and like looks at you. And she sees you and she like runs forward and tries to embrace you. Yeah, maybe that's the story. So Mitri's been trying to court you. Oh, are you actually gonna do that? Yeah, yeah. So Mitri's been trying to court you with this girl for like a lot of years. And we just get like the fucking like montage of you just fucking cock blocking her every single pass. Like every time she tries to like lean in and try to like talk to you, you just go on about like fucking hunting or some shit. She like leans in for a kiss this one time, and you like lean forward to take a bite out of some meat that you just fucking hunted. Yeah, and this girl's like totally like some sort of klutz. She's like beautiful and stuff, but she's like a total klutz. So when you like move out of the way, she like trips on like a little floorboard, and she falls like face first, in the middle of all of you. Yeah. Mitri. Yeah. So yeah, the Tilda's gonna get up and look for you for support, Xander, as she tries to get up. Are you gonna help her? Yeah, she kind of takes your arm. She's just like, oh, that's my. She's like holding her nose. It's kind of like half bloody. She's like, that's my Siggy. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Tilda. She extends her hand towards you, Xander. Oh, are you? She like looks at your ears. She's just like, your your complexion. She like takes your face. Yeah. She like takes your face and she's just like, are you? Oh, what are you? No, she slowly. Yeah. What were you gonna say? Sorry, go ahead. Hmm. Yeah, she's just like, oh, well, nice to meet you. As she like stares longingly at Siggy walking towards Mitri. So Mitri, as you're walking towards her, Siggy, she very sarcastically like opens her arms, and she's just like, Mitri, come hug your grandmother. Or no, Siggy, come hug your grandmother. She's not fucking talking to herself. Probably like a little bit older than the translator. Yeah, in her like 70s, 80s. Let's just say she's 79, about to be 80. Explain what? Siggy, what has been going on in the past? Maybe the women that have given birth. Oh, what is it you want to know? She looks at you with like these wide eyes, and she like makes them bigger, like fucking Trump eyes, like that thing he does. Hello, Mark Henry. Oh, them. What's up? Huh? What's that? Yeah, yeah, I'll handle it. Sorry. So, she's like, that tribe. What were they called again? The Tapa, I believe. The Tapa tribe. Let me write that down. So, yes, the Tapa. Well, you see, you were gone, and they seemed friendly enough. They also had a girl with them. Did you see her? Golden skull, eyes flickering with something or other. She found us. We thought we'd be safe out here. Nobody comes into these forests. We laid traps. We have scouts. But they got around all that. How do you think? Hmm? What was that, Siggy? You're mumbling again. Right. And this magic this girl had, I saw through her. What they've done. What they've lived through. They would annihilate us, frankly, if we did anything to oppose them. I did what I did, so we would not die. And they seemed friendly enough. They came with no ill intent at first. Yes, well, they're. I've not gotten a hold of their true intentions. I'm assuming that's what this meeting today was about. And she looks over at Bjarki. She's just like, "How did that meeting go?" And Bjarki like looks at her. I forgot that was me for a second. Yeah, Bjarki like looks at her and she's just like, and he's like, "Oh well, Siggy came and he spoke for us. It turns out they want to be our allies and have us join with the Fumarth armies." And she looks at him and she's just like, "Well, there you go. They're not all that bad, are they?" And she gives you like this wry smile. Mhm. Yeah, this village is technically already with Formarith, very very loosely. Hmm. Yeah, so she looks at you with this wry smile. Top of the line, bitches. That's a good one. That's a good one. You're stuck to the old ways, Ziggy. Listen, we do not have to be confined here anymore. We thought ourselves enemies. Sur- sur- Surrounded by enemies. But now we don't have to be. We have allies. We need allies if we want to survive. Think if the other town. Think if the other towns found out we were working for Framarith. What do you think they would do? What do you think if they found us? And we had nobody to protect us. Entire population, maybe. But Jesus Christ. But what if they figure it out? Your friend that whisked you away comes back and they know who he is. Know who they are. You're pretty far. Yeah. And what about now, child? What about now? I am ensuring the safety of our village. Be it you don't like it, Siggy, it had to be done. They found us. We were assuming they wouldn't. All of our raids, we'd cover our tracks as best we can. But one slip up, and we're all dead. All that thinking for nothing. He's quite, idiotic, even from a boy. So slow to think, never really thought his thoughts out. Quite a brute, actually. And who are these friends you thought brought with you, Siggy? Actually, I'll talk to them myself. You keep thinking, you dumbass. Yeah, a place where we can move. It's okay. It's okay. Just say it again. Yes, and how far do you think we would have to track to get to this army before they get to us? Do you know the war efforts that are happening down there? Are they winning? Losing? and and what if they win the war? What then? You see, Siki, this is why. And she catches herself. And she Yeah, she composes, and she's just like, if that's what the chieftain thinks is best for our people, that is what he thinks. And she looks at you with this look that looks like a look. Karina, or no, Karina's here. Wait. Oh, Jack. His fucking noodles are done. Yeah, it's slow cooker. It's a slow cooker. It's a new recipe. Yeah. Mhm. You didn't miss anything, Jack. It's okay. You didn't miss anything. He does have a point. I don't dare defy my chief. Well, that's perfect then. Convince him. Show him the error of his ways. Russell! I like this one. You're just gonna fucking walk away. All right. So she like looks at the rest of you and she's just like, "Why? I think you upset him." Hmm. Yes. Well, let the baby suffer. Let the baby sulk in his little chambers. I don't think I introduced myself to the rest of you. The company that Sika keeps with him now is quite particular. I am Mitri, the kind of shaman of our village, and you all are. Hmm. Quite far. Interesting. And you are? She looks at whoever's next. Ah, an elf. Haven't seen too many of you. And she like looks distantly, before like snapping back, and she is just like, how are your people, your land? And you and he, and he looks at you, Quinn. She looks at you, Quinn. You and he, you work for Marith, I'm assuming. Are there many elves in the Famarith armies? That's a question. Not too many. No, they're not like the primary force. Primary Famarith is elves and half orcs, and not too many dwarves, not too many halflings. Uh, yeah, yeah, mostly humans and half orcs. Excuse me. She burps. This is the old lady burp. It broke her. Oh, okay. Your coughing sounds like a fucking like. It doesn't sound like awful at all. It sounds like your laugh. That's why we couldn't tell. Okay. So she looks at you next, Quinn. A freelance shaman. What are your favorite rituals? She looks at you very curiously. Yes. She like leans in intently. Oh, summon a giant snake, lady. She give me give me deception or persuasion. Okay. You're persuading her. Give me an insight as well. It's an insight. Yeah, just give me an insight. Okay. So when you say this, you could tell that she is kind of disgusted in what you say. Now, you can either persuade her that you are telling a joke, or you could just roll with it. No, no, this is what he said. This is all in the moment. He's noticing this immediately. Got an option, Quinn. What do you want to do? Yeah, if you didn't mean it, you can just pass it off as a joke. Yeah, yeah. So that's what he says. Yeah. So yeah, she looks at you and she's just like, that sounds like quite thorough. I guess you could say the same when I give a ritual for the birthing of children. You know, I summon a child into the world. No, that's wonderful, wonderful. And oh, okay. Well, the four of you, please. We extend our humblest hospitality towards you. Everybody will be more than willing to give you what you need in today's festivities. You are our family today, since you travel with our beloved chieftain. Please enjoy yourselves. I don't, I don't know, can she? There you go. Yes, yes. All right. So you guys gonna stay there? You want to talk to Mitri? What do you guys want to do? Where's everybody going? Fuck you. Okay. So where's everybody else going? Leonhard's gonna go to the loo. Gotta go find a loo. So before you leave, Tilda's gonna want to talk to you, Siggy. So we're gonna do that. This is before you actually get out. Actually, like probably right as you get out the alehouse. Quinn, where do you want to go? He wasn't trying to kill you. They've just never seen an elf before. Okay, you gonna stay with Xander? Cool. And Snake Boy, where are you going? Snake Boy. Jack. Jack. Noodle Boy. Snake Boy. Gumbo Boy. Nope. Couldn't hear you before. Now you can hear me. Okay. All right. So Xander and Quinn, you guys stay behind with Mitri. What do you want to ask her? Okay, ask her. Good. uh, you kind of lose track of the days after a while. Uh, Here and there, you just kind of look forward to when the next baby is coming, honestly. Sickness and spirits haunting the others is really what I deal with. And for how long I lost count after 20. Why, elves of your kind are of a different breed. I simply don't know how you do it. So wise, live so long, yet you remember so much. Must be fantastic. And she like looks like she's like admiring the both of you and your elven heritage. Anything else you want to ask her? Myself, I fuck. Where was it? Siggy, where did we say that you came from? You came from like Landorwin, right? Where you sailed over from? Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Cleveland. No, it's not Cleveland. It's fucking named Cleveland on the map. Fuck, I never gave it a name. Let, let's let's name this continent. Holy shit, I never named this continent. I don't know why. No, this is the only one I haven't named. Yeah. Uh, Street names, kingdom names. Is that good? Yeah. Let's call it. How the fuck do you say that? Valenine. So we come from the winterous land of Valenine. She tells you, yeah.
Take like a pen, a piece of paper, and roll and say, "Huh? Tell me about the land there.
Oh, it
What's the
is.
weather like?"
It is brutal there. Constant storms, winter, constantly. Up until the spring, that is. That is when the beauty comes out. Everything melts just for a moment, a season or two, and then it goes back to the harshness. But that is where we got our strength from, our sense of community. Uh, about the land, I can go into much detail if you wish to spend the night with me. Not like that.
I mean,
This isn't like a fucking flirty girl. It's like saying it to you like with a fucking wink. No, she's like this is like an yeah, this is like an old lady like wanting to talk about like past stories with somebody that actually cares.
odds are fucking low too.
So what were you saying is better, Valenheim? Yeah, that actually sounds Valenheim. Valenheim. Yeah, I like that better. Valenheim. Valenine sounds good. Yeah. This is fucking Scandinavia, bitch. No. Alright, now we're back. Cool. So anything else you wanted to ask, Quinn? Cool. So Siggy, you go to leave, and as you close the door behind you, uh, Tilda pops in front of you, and she looks at you, and she gives you she surprises you. I don't think you can be surprised. You're a fucking barbarian shithead. Uh, she's gonna attempt to surprise you. You see it coming, obviously, because you have your sense bullshit. Are you gonna avoid her again? She's looking for the embrace. Okay, you drop down to one knee. She air hugs you. Because she was going for it, but then you fucking drop in front of her. And then she looks down at you, and she's just like, "You are so slippery, you know that? Siggy, it's so good to see you." Yeah, yeah. No, she just like appeared in front of you. She was waiting like outside the doors. She wasn't like going up the walkway or anything. No, no. She's not fucking that klutzy. She said, "It's so nice to see you." How have you been? She looks up at the sun and she's just like, the sundial is on the other side of the village. I'm not sure. No, Siggy, just one thing before you go. Are you gonna turn towards her? She hands you a something, a little wooden figurine. It's in the likeness of you. And it's you and Bjarki. It's kind of like a dual portrait where like you two are like fighting off. You're like in battle stance. You're like back to back. And it's yeah, it looks really cool. She just like hands it out to you. She's just like, I made this for You and Bjarki kind of got bored around here. Don't really have too much work to do. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, she like looks longingly at you, before like kind of just like looking down and disappointed. Uh, Before we look over at Dirk, that's setting up a camp. Apparently, we just see fucking Dirk like shiftily like slinking into his little tent because he's super suspicious of this place. Yeah. Nice. And where does Leonhart want to go? Anywhere in particular? Yeah, he would have been in the meat hall. Actually, no, he would have left. You could have caught him on your way out, though. Yeah, he was gonna go help with the party. Or right, you wanted him. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he was gonna talk to Mitri for a quick second before giving like the full report before like leaving for Siggy's. You, yep. You can stop him outside, just outside of the meat house. Yes, Bjarki. We fought many battles together. We are as close as one can get. And I was honored of that, yes. One could say that, yes. As a brother, of course. uh, that I'm not so sure of. While yes, we are brothers, Siggy has always been difficult in terms of counseling. Yeah, they're all preparing and running around, preparing food all over the place and shit. The Tapa tried. Mhm. I said the same thing. I was suspicious of Mitri's intent at first, but after meeting the prince and their people, well, yes, as barbaric as we may be, even more so, we have not even seen their actual village. They could be just as quaint and deserving as ours. Their camp was very small, like at least like three, like probably only like 4 to 5 houses were done. All the others were being built in the or in the process of being built. Uh, if you've traveled there, you probably heard like shit tons of stories from there. Yeah. Yeah.
if what they are saying is they live amongst orcs, they are either powerful or insane as well. Yes. Well, I have a plan that I might bring amongst Siggy that might ease some of his hostilities towards them. Again, not sure if it would actually work or if he would take my assessment, but I must try. And yes, I am thinking of the people. Siggy is one of pride and the old ways and how the village was run. Probably taken from his father himself. It is not really a plan, much more so than scouting. See what these Tapa are really like. Their home. Yes, their real home. Exactly my point. We could send scouts. I mean, yeah, you could if you really want to do that. But he looks at you and he's just like, "You five are not merely just passing through, are you? You came back for a reason. I'm assuming something here, maybe. Where is it you intend to go? I'm assuming you'll be back from whatever excursion you're planning on." Well, whatever excursion it is, I'm sure you will triumph over it. But we will be back, and I will have that report ready. Well, being in yes, being in charge kind of jump started the way I think about these things. I had my own reservations as well. As well. Oh, uneducated, you mean? We may not be book smart as you are, whatever those are. What do you know what a book is? Yeah, maybe. We may not be book smart as you may be, but we know how to survive. Yeah, 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 yeah. Shut up. The savagery. Hmm. It's like we've been doing it long enough to know how to survive. Well, that comes after today. We have a fantastic feast being planned. As you can see, everybody's getting ready for it. I would be more than honored to be right next to you as you take your first drink of our mead. Well, I look forward to it. Well, I must get to see. He must be blowing a gasket by now. Yeah, and he hops away. Cool. So Xander, Quinn. It's around like 5 o'clock. The sun is starting to get a little orange in the sky. Is there anything you guys wanted to do before what's his face meets what's his face?
As with the old lady, just peeking at them.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. You just want to stay with her. Nice. Quinn. All right. You just gotta go outside and wander around. Nice. Cool. So Siggy. Uh, Bjarki walks into your tent. He takes his clothes off and looks at you longingly. So the prince needed a. The prince said you needed a wife. Do you take husbandos? No, he doesn't do that. So what did you want to go over with him? Okay. Well, he comes to check up on you. You just doing? You just jacking it? What are you doing? What? Okay. He comes to check up on you and he asks you if you're okay. Yeah, and he looks at you just like, right. Well, I'm going to go help with the festivities. Don't get drunk before the actual party begins, please. Okay. What do you need? Of course. What is it, brother? You can trust me. Right, well, whenever you remember, you big fucking idiot, I'm here for you. Yeah, so he gives you a long look when you say that, yeah, yeah. He gives you a long look before he goes off and helps with the festivities. And night comes. So, you guys are fucking partying. It's like this big bonfire that they have, just like in the center. Probably near the ale house, just like outside of it in a big like open area that they have there. There's like chairs and stuff set up outside of it. People just like dancing around the fire. Drinks and food of all sortsments and blah blah blah. Just a wild party that happens. Uh, uh, Siggy is kind of like held up in the middle of it. They kind of started off with like this big like party dance where everybody gathers around a fire and just kind of like circles around it and does a whole bunch of like dance maneuvers and stuff like that. But Siggy is picked up on everybody's shoulders and like kind of like after everybody stops, he's kind of like strewn along the outside. Everybody like carries him, just makes like a big circle with him for a couple of laps before he's put down and the party actually begins. Um, Tilda is going to be in your vicinity a lot of the time, Siggy. Um, are you gonna do anything about that? Okay. You're still just gonna push her off to the side? Yeah, cool. So, I don't know. I don't know if Xander, you really want to like hook up with any of the girls here or anything, or like Leonhardt, you like these are all like country folk. The only one that's really like worth it, probably that is like passable, is Tilda, and she's just kind of like obsessed with Siggy. So I'm not sure if you wanna. She would just be kind of like hanging around. She's not like that clingy where she's like always in Siggy's face, but she's always like with her group of friends like in his vicinity. Okay. Yeah. So she's just like giggling with a bunch of her friends. Probably like wiping off some like blood that she has coming off of her knee from falling during dancing. Yeah, yeah. And as you approach, like the girls like all giggle to themselves, and until the like quickly gets up and like throws the whatever she was using to cover her. What the fuck? What were they? Huh. Whatever bandage she had, just like she throws it to the side, and she like looks up at you, and she's just like, "Yes, sir." Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, she like looks at them and like gives them a stern look, and she's just like, "Of course." And you guys go off to the side. Oh, this thing, oh, it's nothing really. It's fine. Oh God. What do you? When? Oh, okay, okay. I was about to say if you're just gonna put it there, we're gonna have a fucking Harvey Weinstein shit going on here. Uh, yeah, you heal it, and she's just like, oh, it, and she like looks down, and she like lifts her dress up to look at it, and she's just like, oh, it is. Wait, you're like Mitri. What you did, I felt that warmth before, but it was cold as well. Uh, Never mind. Thank you. Courtesan? No, it's not a courtesan. Female. Well, Siggy doesn't really consider himself a powerful leader. He simply guides us. He does not put himself above us like other leaders may. He's a good man. Yes, exactly. Affection. Why, yes, we've grown up together and we're friends. She like looks off to the side, obviously lying. No, he's just so. Yes, that is a good way to put it. He likes to do his own thing, and I can appreciate that. I just want to make him happy. Wed me. I would, I would like nothing more to be a chief's wife. I was, if to be frank. Yes, I like him. I always have. He just, I don't know if he likes the other persuasion or he simply likes battle more. He's caught up in his own little world. I just simply can't get through with it. Give me a persuasion check. Okay. She looks at you, and she's like, "What's best for this clan? And what makes you think a child is best for this clan? Me marrying him?" Yes. And she like looks up at the sky, and she's just like, "Yes, I see it." And she like gathers herself. She like fixes her clothes up a little bit. She's just like, "I, you want me to convince him? I feel like I can convince him. I could do this. Maybe he's liked me all this time. He just hasn't known how to say it. Or I'm going to do it now. Will you have my back, Leonhardt?" She doesn't take it. She just walks. Yeah, she's way too excited to look at you or anything. Yeah, she starts walking. She looks at you behind you to see if you're there. But she goes straight for you, Sigi. What are you doing in the midst of this party? Xander, Quinn, and Dirk. Dirk? Are you just gonna stay in the tent? Are you going to the party at all? Okay, just wanted to make sure. So Quinn, Xander, and Dirk, you would definitely see Leonhardt and Tilda. You see Tilda just like walking, like stamping her feet, just like going with a purpose towards this direction of the party. But yeah, Siggy, what are you doing in the midst of this party? Are you gonna eat with anybody? Is Bjarki's probably with you, or just off to the side a little bit. Yeah, yeah, definitely. So you guys have your like own table. You're partaking in the meats, uh, and eventually you see the top of. What's up? Yeah, she's just like, "Tiger, I like that." Rawr. So she turns around and she starts walking. And Siggy, you see like the top of her head, like behind like one of your biggest guys in the party, in the raiding party. And she like puts her hand on his shoulder and just like fucking pushes him off to the side, slides his ass over. And she in between both of them, and we see like the vision of like Siggy with like this big piece of meat in his face, as you're looking up at her, and she's always had this like scared doe looking face on, but this time she looks like a tiger. Hell yeah, she has this like look about her, and she looks down at you and she's just like, "Siggy, this has gone on long enough. I have loved you since we were children, and I think you should marry me." And she like looks at you with like these wide eyes, and you just see fucking Leonhardt in the background just fucking smiling, smiling or some shit. And she like looks behind her and like looks at it and looks at you, Leonhardt. She like winks and she looks back with like this furious look. "Well, what do you say?" Happy? Oh God, this supposed to be something you want to say since you're thinking about it. Bjarki like looks at you, and he's just like, "Don't get me in the middle of this." And she's like, "No, I don't want to marry him. I want to marry you." It's like the party's like gone silent. Everybody's like looking at the table now, like what the fuck is happening over at the fucking Chiefs table? Yeah, all your rating parties are like giving you looks like, oh, what are you gonna say? Everybody's anticipating the marriage proposal's result. Wait, are you saying that in the sense like Mitri's gonna marry you guys? What what are you saying that in the sense of? How do you want marriages to go in your village? Is it done by the shaman? You're just gonna fucking get it over with? She looks at you and she's just like, I'll get her, and she like turns around and starts fucking sprinting towards the meat hall. Yeah, before she does that, she like jumps onto like Leonhardt and like starts jumping in front of you, and she's like, "He said yes! He said yes!" And she starts like sprinting towards the meat hall. Yeah. So she runs off. Everybody's like cheering, like, yeah! Bjorky's like giving you this look like, what the hell just happened? Yeah. This is if I've ever seen one. He turns towards you and says, their entire village or just the camp? Oh, damn. That's a tall order. Mhm. Yeah. Cool, so the beast rages on. Um, one sec, I'm trying to find something. Listen, that's what happens in like fucking villages like this. There's not a lot of young people like his age. Yeah, and sometimes they're fucking hit with the ugly stick. Ew. Yeah, something like that. So are you gonna go through with it? Are you gonna go through with it? The fucking. Alright, one sec. Why can't I find this? Fuck. I can't find it. Shut up. No, I can't. It's not in here.
No, no, you can't help. I have to do it on my end. Yeah. No, yeah. It's perfect. All right, I got it. So, yeah, the party rages on. Tilda goes and runs off to get Mitri, who's flabbergasted about what the hell just happened. She has no clue, uh, how. Why can't I? Oh, okay, I did it. She has no idea this was gonna transpire so soon, even though she's been wanting it for so long. Um, but yeah, she accepts. The party rages on for the rest of the night, up until everybody just like runs home to like get their like wedding attire, because Mitri wants it now, and Tilda wants it now, and I'm assuming Siggy wants it now as well, right? You sound so enthused. He is. So, yeah. You go get your customary, your traditional marriage clothes on. She gets her dress all nice and ready. Obviously, this isn't like this some big plan thing where there's not like the you don't change. There's not like this setup that's normally there. Probably during the party, she's been gone. Tilda has to just to get ready with all of her other girlfriends and stuff. But yeah, nothing is set up. But yeah, the marriage is gonna happen. Now this marriage is happening at like fucking like 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The bonfire is like slowly dying in the background. But the new fires inside the mead hall have just been struck. And everybody's like in there in like nobody has their stuff like normally done. Everybody looks kind of like semi-party. Half of them are drunk still, and just like it's just a fucking shit show that's happening. But this wedding is kind of like off the walls in the first place. And eventually, Siggy, you're just kind of standing there with Mitri that has this big fucking smile on her face. 'Cause she's the one that's gonna be saying all the vows and shit. Um, and everybody looks towards the beginning of the mead hall before the band starts to play. I couldn't find the fucking wedding march. So, we're gonna have some fucking blues. There you go. It's a fucking swing. So, yeah, Tilda shows her face at the mead hall. She starts walking down with her mother. Her father was killed in a battle beforehand. Um, but yeah, she makes it to the front. Uh, and her I guess they wouldn't have a veil. Maybe they have like a makeshift like leaf veil or something as tradition in your village. And she like parts it to the side, and you can see her face. It's all done up, and stuff like that. Her hair is all transfixed, and she looks at you with like this huge like smile on her face. And Mitri starts to say the stuff. And you guys get married. She says the things, and she's like, "Now do you." Til- Tilda Durkenspiel. take, take Siggy Dinglebonger. What is Siggy's last name? Yeah, what's Siggy's last name? I don't know. What's his last name? Take Take you, Chieftain Siggy, to be your lawful wedded husband. And she's like, I do. And yeah. Wait, how the fuck would it be tribal? I don't fucking know. Alright, and then she looks at you, Siggy, and she's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Do you take Tilda Spiegelnsplurg to be your wife?
I don't know. That's yeah. That's Matilda or Mitri. Mitri. I don't fucking know. Music has ended. All right. What? Siggy, did you take her? Do 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 you take her? Okay. You may now kiss. Do you kiss her? She leads in. She fucking lays it on you. And yeah, then you guys go over to like the table, and it's as per tradition to flip a table when you get married. So you both like lift it up in the heaviest table, and you just fucking flip that shit over, and fucking run out the hall. Well, not run, but you walk out the hall first, to your whatever you have planned afterwards. I don't fucking know. What's that? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see what she gets. Okay, she rolled a 7. Yeah. Are you sure you want to rage right now? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so no, no. So your raiding party is like, yeah, yeah. Everybody else is like, what the fuck is he doing? Well, oh, so you want it to be like you don't want it to be like your thing. You just want it to be like an act of. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, actual rage. I thought you were trying to like play it up like, oh, okay. Yeah, then they're gonna like wonder what the fuck is going on. They're gonna be looking at you like, huh. Mitri is gonna not react. She's just gonna stand there and look at it. But Tilda is like doing that thing where she's like, okay, you can, Siggy, and she's like looking around like at everybody's faces, and she's just like, you could stop, Siggy, stop. The table, it's flipped. But eventually, when you're done, everybody like looks at you, like what the fuck was that? And then Tilda just like tries to like reach out to see if you're okay. It's dead. It's dead. Ziggy, it's dead. Yeah, yeah. They're not gonna try to touch you. Yeah, so we see her at like the doorway of the mead hall as you like go to your house. That's kind of within distance a little bit. But yeah, we just see you fucking slam the door with like Tilda, just like standing there, like looking at it, and yeah, I think that's a good place to cut for the night. Um, we cut back into the next morning. Uh, huh. Nobody's gonna try to disturb you that morning. What are the four of you gonna do after what transpired? Yeah, if you wanted to do something that night, yeah, you certainly could have. But Would Siggy even let you in? I don't think so, right? Oh god, he's cutting himself. He has one job. Got him. They have yeah, they have cloth makers. Yeah. Mhm. Anybody else want to do anything? The emotionally disturbed fucking Siggy. He's gonna have to carry his wife through the rest of the adventure. Yeah, sure. So Tilda's gonna go to the comfort of her girlfriends after not getting her consummated marriage. Yeah, she just stood out there alone. No, but her girlfriends are eventually came. Um, and yeah, that morning, the morning comes. What is everybody doing? How much did everybody drink? Like, is everybody good? Did you go crazy? I'm assuming you all know how to hold your liquor and shit. Yeah, it's fine. Whole. Yeah, they have plenty of mead. You don't have to pay for it. You don't pay for shit. All right. So what is everybody doing in the morning? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's give me a yeah. Super smashed. Just give me a con save. See how well you can handle it in the morning. It's as much a game as you want it to be. Yeah, you're good. You're good in the morning. You've had worse. Yeah. So what's everybody doing? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. He's the guy with the one tent in the fucking village. He's tent man. He probably is. Yeah. He held his liquor pretty well. Oh, okay. So You're just in the middle of the village. Yeah, but he's like in the middle of the village. It's like a, it's just like a fucking owl. He just stands up and sleeps. Hmm. Yeah, it's wherever you wanted to put it. Oh, yeah, it's on the outskirts of like the farmlands that you have. It's not in your village. It's like right at the tree line where you guys stopped expanding for now. Yeah, it's surrounded by a bunch of construction happening on the outside of it and trees. But if you get inside, it's relatively easy to get inside. You just can't see it from face value. You have to get in there. As one does. Hmm. Duh. It has a point. Does it kill? Yeah. Fucking. He's a cheater. It's fine. You have the shit to map out shit. Not until you get there. So when are you gonna go? Are you just gonna go in the middle of the day? Okay, so you're gonna wait the entire day until night comes. So the rest of the day is gonna go by. Anybody else want to do anything? Yeah, yeah. So Siggy, that's what Siggy and Dirk are doing. Xander Quinn, what are you guys doing? That was Mitri, the shaman. Okay. All right, there you go. She doesn't. Yeah. So Xander Quinn.
Guess I'm gonna head to Biggy's and just hang out there for a bit.
So you're gonna try to talk to Siggy?
Just like hang out near him.
Okay. So Siggy's just coming back. So Siggy's not there initially, like when you're there, when you come up, but you see him coming back from his meeting with Dirk.
Could walk up towards him.
Mhm.
How was your night? I'm assuming that it was a eventful one, considering that you are no longer single. Tell me, stud.
Got him. What the? I don't know what the scratching is. Somebody go in there and figure it out. Yeah. Quinn, what you doing? Mm-hmm. Okay. And Leonhardt? Top of camp. What does that mean? Oh, the top of camp. Okay, I thought you said top of the camp. Okay. Are you high? Are you high? That was some high shit right there. Whoa, man. You're blowing my mind. What? Oh. uh, what? So you just went into the camp around like two houses. And he was in like the main long house that they first built. Okay. Yeah, so the guards won't give you any trouble. They know who you are. They'll let you in, but not before Bertha comes and escorts you back towards the house. And as she comes up, you're having your stare off with the two guards. And she comes and she's like, "Oh, you're back. It's just you. What do you need?" It's the prince is kind of busy, but the princess is available. She's not much of a talker, though. Perhaps she'll take a liking to you, though. I'm not sure. I couldn't get through to her. Okay, right this way. Nice. So, yeah, she takes you back to the longhouse. Inside, you see the princess. Her name is Joanna. You see Princess Joanna doing some things over in the corner. It looks like she is weaving some sort of material in between. Or she's weaving some sort of material, but she is not doing it with her hands. She's doing it telepathically. It looks like. But when she sees you guys like coming in, she like quickly like reaches her hand for the utensils that she was using. Um,
and continues to do her thing. But eventually, Britha. Oh, what's up? Yeah, she switched to her hands. Yep. So, yeah, Britha comes in, introduces herself, introduces you again, and the princess, she like nods her head and gives you a bow, and sits down to see what you want to talk about. hmm Yeah. So again, Britha's just gonna translate. I'm just gonna say what she says. Okay. She like looks behind her, and back at you, uh, and she is like, she looks down at her knees. She says, organizing. Her eyes like shift in between you and Britha. Very very. She doesn't look like she's much of a social person, but she says, the other men are people. hmm Building efforts, expansion. Yes, we heard of what transpired. A couple hours, maybe? I can tell him, though. Is he gonna come back? Yes. It looks like she's like warming up to you now a little bit. Forced, was it? So forced. No, forced by us. Yes, I do not share the values of my husband or our people. And she lifts her arm up a little bit, and you see these tattoos running through her arms, just a little bit. Um, it's nothing you've ever seen before, but she says, "I was gifted to him before this, wived, became a part of their people, and now I seek to help." Myself, destroy those who sold me. Yes, destroy them. Gitun, dwarven slavers in Gitun. I was born in Borkefell, or Horkefell. Fuck that B. God damn it.
I forgot what it was actually called, and I saw the B. I was I was born in Horkefell, brought over to Gatun as a child. Over here. Over here. Mhm. Yep, yep, it's over there. It's actually relatively close to you guys. So, yeah, she's like brought over to Gatun as a child, sold to the prince when I was still a teen. She was born in Horkefell. She was stolen away by dwarves in Horkefell over to Gatun, where a bunch of dwarves sold her over to the prince in Orc country, assumedly. This village, no. It is the invaders we want. We have no care for this village. We do not want to harm their people. We just want to use them. Yes. Yeah. Yep. I have seen it. I have seen how it ends, too. Yeah, she looks at you, and as you're like thinking of the words, her eyes spark a little bit. You see the fireworks in there, um, and she's like, "I have seen the end of this conflict, but it can change. It always does. Your man attacks. He kills me and my husband, and as a result, this village is destroyed. We go to war. We are found out, and so is my village destroyed. It does not end well, but it still can change. But why? Why care about us? We have nothing but use for you and your companion. That is all we wish. Thank you. Prince. Yes, Prince is organizing that. Precautions, he says. He has seen the kind of man one is, Siggy. I have seen him as well. Precautions to defend ourselves, so that that fruition doesn't come true. He will try. We will try not to kill him if we must. We will try to stop him, seek reason, but he won't see that. Not without force. will both lose in this conflict if it is started. That would be a sign of weakness. My husband would not have it. You have already convinced me of that being true. But whether or not it convinces him. I will try in your stead. I will send somebody to see if I have. And we will be gone by the end of the day if we have. Yeah, and she kind of stands up and goes back to her knitting in the corner. There you go. Yes. So back at the village. Eventually, Leonhardt, you get back. Siggy's fucking doing fapping in his room. Dirk is waiting till night. Quinn is still wandering around. Quinn, despite the fact that you're a human, nobody really cares about, or you're a half-elf, nobody really cares about you wandering around. Until eventually, you wander into the wrong part of the neighborhood. And you get fucking jumped. Yeah, so you walk into this kind of like one alley where a bunch of like Siggy's raiders are like throwing some sort of ball at each other. Give me a dexterity save. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, so this fucking this big it's kind of like, think of a rugby ball. It's kind of like a ball like that. It like nails you right in the stomach. You don't catch it in time. And this big one of Siggy's raider, this big guy, you saw him at the table where Siggy was proposed to. Oh god. He runs over and he's like, "Hey, pass the ball." Yeah, so you try to pick this thing up and it's actually weighted. Give me a strength check. Oh, nice. So you have to say this out loud. So you cast a spell and you toss it at them, and it like floats in the air. Very, and he like looks at it, and he's just like, "Oh, what the?" And he like catches it very daintily, and he starts like tossing it in his hand a little bit. He's just like, "What the hell did you do to this thing? What'd you do to our ball? You broke it! We used this to train!" Fitz, you broke it! Can you drop a spell? The duration is 1 minute. It's not a concentration spell. You can't just drop it. You could dispel magic. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, you could do that. You can use another spell slot for it. Yeah. So he's like tossing it up, and then you dispel magic it as everybody else is like getting up to come fucking beat your ass. And it like falls into his hands, and it hits his hands. He's just like, ugh, what the? Don't you touch our ball ever again? He like. Yeah, he like looks at you, and they go back to tossing it a couple of times. All of them giving you fucking dirty ass looks. Cool. So Xander, you're chilling with Ziggy. See, I think, right? You were just gonna chill inside of his house.
Yeah, like outside his house.
Yeah. So eventually, Xander, if you're outside of his house, you see Tilda, like poking her head around the corner of the mead hall, trying to get a good vantage point of the house.
And
You just gonna leave her?
took over.
Oh, you gonna go over, or you gonna leave her?
Okay.
Now
W-
my turn.
Okay. Yeah. So she's like trying to be all inconspicuous. She's like looking around the corner, trying not to let Siggy see, I guess, or anybody see really. But you pop around the corner, and she's like, ah, oh, hello, and she's like holding the side of her head, like she was doing nothing this entire time.
Well, my dear.
What is it?
Nothing. Just taking in the view of this village.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Certainly seems that way.
Yeah, it is.
But
So these views, they they wander inside of Siggy's home or anything.
perhaps
Uh,
I you tell me what views do you see inside?
I can't see anything. That's the problem. I I know Siggy a hothead, but what he did yesterday, I've never seen that side of him before.
Perhaps you should do this more often to learn the truth about your
But what if he does that to me next time? What if I'm the table? Oh God! There he is! He heard me! Hide me, Xander!
fun, my dear. He's gonna
No, please! Uh, she like peers around the corner again. See, you could obviously see her as Xander like walks away, but she's trying not to be seen by you. Yeah, where are you going? Okay. Yeah, Quinn just almost got fucking bullied. You can find them easy enough though. There's a lot of vantage points. Siggy's just full of thinking today. Oh, got him. To replace the old one. Oh. His name is Elrit. Yeah, it's Elrit. No, they don't have fucking self. They don't have cell phones. God damn it! God damn it! Haha! Hmm. Oh shit! Fucking warplane. Fucking warplanes over here. Jesus Christ.
Like you, like you bitch. All right. So if nobody else wants to do anything, um, eventually. Oh, yeah, yeah. hmm Yeah. So it's around the time that the sun is going down. You come back. The prince is there. He looks like he just got out of like some sort of bath, and he's just kind of sitting and talking with his wife as you come over. And as you come inside, he is like, well, Britha, seeing you again, translates for you. He's like, I have heard your request, but we will not move. If he wishes to start a conflict with us, that is one that your prince has started, not ours. While I take heed in my wife's visions, I will not be seen a weakling. Yep. Yeah, Roga. Yeah, yeah, joke it up. He nods. Mm-hmm. Give me a persuasion check. Oh, nice. So he looks at you, uh, and he kind of like sits. He leans forward in his seat, and he kind of like rubs his big bald head a couple times. Yeah, his big balls, his big bully balls. He rubs his head a couple times, uh, and he looks over at his wife, and they exchange some sort of like conversation amongst each other, just very quickly before he turns towards you, uh, and he says, "I am a man of pride, but what you speak is true. My wife here says that any sort of conflict with this town will bring about the destruction of both of us. I will stop construction. I will pull out what men are necessary. Only those that will be here to upkeep what we have left. Is that fair?" Myself and my princess will go back home. We will send diplomats to continue our discussions, but note this will only make things slower, and we will be weaker in the end as a result. That will be on you if whatever comes, we are needed. Right. Well, we will keep men to defend what we have, what little we have, and upkeep what we have. And we will be on our way by the end of the week. It is a choice that I was not willing to make until you had discussions with me. And he like looks over at his wife one more time. But I think it might be right. And he gives you like the hand wave to leave. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So it's getting dark. So Dirk, your mission is about to start. But yeah, Leonhart, you like, Dirk, are you gonna stealth up to the village or are you just gonna go? Okay, okay, give me a stealth check. I mean, you're in the middle of an open like field that's already been harvested, kinda, and it's not that dark yet. So unless you have some sort of bonus for being in dim light, then no. No, you can't put on fucking blackface. No, unless you want to make a ghillie suit, sure, but then you're just gonna it's gonna take you all fucking day to get there. There you go, Leonhard. Give me your perception. No, no, okay, yeah. So Dirk passes right by you, Leonhard, on your way back. Uh, I'm assuming he doesn't actually do that. Wait, what do you say? go, go ahead and no. I mean, if he's right next to you, you're out in the open. You're gonna see him. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, he'll be able to track you afterwards. Okay, give me another stealth check, bud. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Leonhart, you see Dirk pass by you. He whispers in your ear and he fucking disappears again. Yeah, so Dirk, you make it to the village before Leonhart can get back. Um, the sun has set. Uh, it's being covered by yeah. It's being covered by the trees and the on the horizon. Uh, what are you gonna do? Yep, there's still guards posted. There's still people working on construction. Hmm. Yep. I mean, it's about to be. It's about to be night. Okay. So Leonhardt's gonna get there first. So Leonhardt, you make it to Siggy's abode. How do you scratch out what you fucking carved into a table? That's okay. Whatever. Eileen. Hell yeah. Why are they pulling out? Reason for what? Coming back? Yeah, to keep up with what they built. You said it yourself. I mean, they gotta make sure people don't steal the shit or destroy it. What they built, it's still theirs. You think when a construction project is paused, they just leave it there? Like they make sure it's okay. What? Yeah, yeah. They want it to continue. Hmm. Yeah, Siggy didn't. He didn't put it in shit. Never going in. Hmm. Okay. She's still hovering around your house. All right. How do you approach her? Okay. So she's gonna have some reservations as you approach. She sees you and she's just like, "Hello, Siggy. Are you just gonna grab her?" Okay. And she takes it and she's just like, "Are you better?" Give me a persuasion. I know, but give me a persuasion. See if you can persuade her. You can be sorry. Doesn't mean she's gonna believe you. Yeah, doesn't mean she's gonna. Nah. I mean, nah. I mean, nah. I mean, nah. Should have thought about that on your fucking wedding night, you dumbass. It's kind of fucked up to do on your wedding night. You could have said no. Listen, let's talk about this after. Fucking roll. All right, yeah. So she takes it, and she you see the insecurity quickly melts, and she goes back to her old face again. And she follows along with you inside your house. Yeah, she fucking takes your clothes off, fucking goes on your goes on your little Siggy micro penis. She fucking sticks a finger in your butt. Alright, I'm sorry. I was so excited for this moment. Uh, okay. So Dirk, you've been here since nightfall. Uh, what are you scouting? All right, give me a stealth check, sir. Oh, what did you roll? Okay, so it is dark out now, so I believe you had advantage because of your cloak bullshit. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Just don't roll a 2. Nice. So, yeah, you're walking around. I'm gonna roll for the guards as a collective. Um, their perception is +1, I believe. Yeah, they fucking suck. This is for the workers as a collective, +1. Yeah, they fucking suck as well. So yeah, it's the middle of the night. As you're coming up, you climb up on a tree to get on some pretty nice scaffolding that they have going on for this house construction. And you climb up on a tree and you notice that this like bell goes off and all the workers like stop working, and they all like put down their things and they all go towards the center of this little compound they have going on. Um, it looks like that they're told they're being told something, but you can't really get a good view until you like follow them there's some sort of announcement going on inside. So you you go and you listen, and the workers put their shit down, and it looks like they're going to some meeting in the center of town. Hmm. Okay. He said he'll tell them. He said he'll tell them. I got it. Yes. Let's see there. No, no, you're good. You can keep that for now. Something happens, I just have to fucking remember what it was. I have it written down here somewhere. Motherfucker. Nah. Okay, so you guys, you walk towards there, Dirk, and you follow them towards the center here, right in front of the big building where the prince and stuff is, and you hear them talking. Now they're talking in their own language, so you don't understand what they're saying. Britha is not really there to translate for you. She is there, but she's just like off to the side, fucking picking her nose or some shit. And they're saying some things, and the workers like look at each other with these worried looks. The guards like kind of say things in response to whatever the prince and the princess are talking about, but eventually the worried looks turn into acceptance as whatever is happening is going to happen with them, until eventually this one man comes out of the longhouse. Um, he walks out into like the torchlight that they have going on in the center, and it's a dude in a long black cloak. He has this kind of like big sun disk hat on. It's not a sun disk. It's a really circle brimmed like hat on. It's really big in terms of like you can barely see his face at all in it, and he has this katana at his side that you can see as well. Yeah, no, he's not a weeb. He has this satchel on as well that's really big, and inside of it, you can see this like faint glowing something inside of there. And as he comes out, Britha like wakes up. She runs over and she starts translating for this guy. Um, and pretty much what you can catch is that he turns towards all of them, and she translates for them. But what he says is, um, it is very wise to listen to your princess and prince. Take heed in what they have said. They only mean the best for you. I will take it from here. Do not worry. And he like looks up at the tree that you're in, Dirk, and and wink and winks at you wherever you are. He looks at you and winks at you before turning around and walking back in the longhouse. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, so he walks back into in the longhouse. He doesn't do anything about it. But everybody like goes about their stuff and going to collect their things. And you get a pretty decent map of the place, Dirk. It's relatively small. It's not that hard. Really, the only hard part is what alleyways are blocked by big trees and what which aren't. But you get a really good map in your head. And as you're leaving the village, you run into Siggy, just like marching up the fucking like the fields. You just see him out there. I said you got it. I said you saw Siggy out in the field as you're leaving. You're gonna tail who? Okay. He's going towards the village, towards you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Siggy, you make it to the village. Tell me whenever you want to pop out for him, Dirk. But yeah, you make it to the village, and it doesn't look like there's any guards guarding the entrance currently. As you come up, what you gonna do? Happy. Mhm. Yeah, so he's in the town square just talking. He's ordering people like what to bring, what not to bring, what to leave behind. You see people like packing things up. The guards are mostly manning like this middle section now. And when he sees you, he looks defensive in a way. He looks over at you and he looks at Britha. And he says something to Britha, and Britha's like, "It would be most advised if you leave right now, uh, Chief Siggy." Yeah, that's fine. She still says that. She translates and she goes back. She's just like, "On what matters?" Yeah, and when she translates that to him, he looks kind of surprised a little bit, um, and he gives the motion for you to come ahead, but he tells you to stop a good like 40 feet in front of him. But yeah, he allows you an audience. Yeah. I mean, it's not that far. No, he's not gonna let you get that close. He's still wary of you. I don't care. He doesn't know that. And he looks at you and he talks. And I'm gonna talk as him now. For what exactly? I've heard, and then you cut. I, on wise counsel. And that is on your behalf. You wish us to stay. That is all we've wanted out of this. And I accept your apology. Sure. It's, yeah. No, yeah, no, it's the same. Oh, wait, no, that was with advantage. Oh, no, yeah, just 18. Um, what he said is true. The fact that he said all he wanted was an alliance is not true. He wanted an alliance. That being the only thing he wanted is not true. You're not there to say anything about it. But yeah, he allows you to walk. Oh, what was that? don't know. Does he want to? What? Okay. Yeah. So he allows you to come forward then and shake his hand. Uh. Yeah. And as you're shaking his hand, he turns around and looks at some man that opens the door of the longhouse again. The same man as before. But as he's coming out, he says, "Your spy works awfully fast there." He says it in common. He's talking to you. But he, wait, no, he sent you. He sent you, Dirk. And you see him like put his hand in his satchel, and his eyes kind of glow blue a little bit. And yeah, he looks right at you, Dirk, again, and he's just like, "Yes, he's right over there." But like I said, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so as Dirk is walking over, he's like, "But as I said before, you are probably not gonna need that alliance. Because one of the two of you are gonna die." And that's where we're gonna end the session. Me and what? Go ahead, say it to my face, bitch. What? No, say it to my face. Go ahead. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. Bitch, bitch in the tower. What are you? Oh, yeah, cause she had a fucking scrying orb in her tower. Oh, yeah. Did you, do you not? Wait, what were you lying about again? Why would a why would a courier come to her house? Huh. I forgot about all that. I don't fucking know. There is something that he got from the good side that allows him to see these things. Yep. If you knew who this guy was, you would know why he can do the things he does. Yeah, unless you ask him. Actually, one of you knows who he is, and Leonhardt knows who he is, but Siggy and Dirk don't. Uh, yeah, I could. No, this guy doesn't give a shit who you are. I'll PM it to you now. Listen, Happy, if you have complaints, you can give it to me, alright? Don't be a fucking little bitch. Yeah, it's that. It's pretty serious. Exactly. Yeah. Wait. So what happened this session? Where? Oh. Yeah. If I told you what he had, that kind of ruins the surprise. No, no, no. It's not that. It's not that. I could tell you, but no, no. It's not even a magical item. It's it's complicated. You're gonna have to find out. So yeah. I mean, I'll, mhm. uh, and in terms of like the princess, like uh, it wasn't even my intention to have her. Yeah, like see the future. It's not even like a future sight. It's like I mean it technically is, but it's like it can change, you know? So she's really just predicting like if you attack us, we're all gonna fucking die. I know. Okay. Yeah, but she might assume that the fact that you're coming back or some sort of change in power, considering what happened before. So you never know. Maybe she was just preparing for that. She probably cares more about her revenge than her people anyway. So that's why I wasn't leaving it to like if you do this, this is gonna happen. That's why I was like this could change, but this is gonna happen if you do this because this is gonna happen afterwards and fuck all of you. Like I'm giving you that option as well. That was the same thing with the marriage thing. Like you could have chose not to marry Tilda or whoever fucking bitch in your village. It's all a choice that affects what the fuck is happening around here. You don't marry, you don't get the respect. Some shit might happen one way, and if you do marry, you might get respect. You might not. They might not give a fuck in the first place. One grants you favor with the prince. One grants you favor with the princess because she was sold to be married. You know. If you asked about that, you would have gotten like favor from one than the other. You know. It's all a big choice and shit. This is what has to happen when there's not combat in a session. Like you have to make hard choices, or it's just fucking uninteresting. Yeah. What do you think now, Happy? Is that not satisfying enough? Do you want me to change? I'm ass- I'm assuming the silence is a no. He always cuts out on me. He always cuts. What? You gotta brood on this for 2 weeks? I didn't know this was a fucking daycare I was running here. Listen, next time I'll just fucking. What was your one plan? What? The fucking what? Yeah, no, Elrit. You don't contact Elrit. Elrit contacts you. That's been like that from the start. None of you have ever been able to talk to him outside of him coming to you first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, he's probably not the best person to bring into a situation like this. Because he'll probably just tell you to kill all of them and get it over with. Yeah, but he's not going to help you kill them. Why would he help? Why would he help you kill them? They're a potential ally. Why would he help you kill them? Because he just wants fucking bloodshed. But why would he help you kill them? He could tell you. He could tell you to do it, and then you gonna. His head is not on the chopping block. Then, his head goes nowhere near that. So he has you just kill them because he wants to see what the fuck you do, and then you're fucked. He doesn't get fucked, but if he helps you kill them, then he's fucked. Yeah. Okay. What was the second plan? Okay, we'll see. We shall see. That one time he got married, that worked. I mean, you both. I mean, you all kind of worked on it. It wasn't one person's plan. No, I'm not remembering that wrong. I know. It's because they're black. Yeah. Yeah. The character, yeah, the character design is. I picked it up from something. It wasn't. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna fucking tell you my magic, bitch. I mean, I could tell you. Nah, 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 nah. Nah. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I don't fucking know though. Thank, thank you. Happy's always the outlier, unless he fucking kills something. I was so looking forward to to fucking Siggy's reaction to having to get married, or not having, or not having to get married, because you didn't have to. I didn't force you to. She fucking asked you though. You're kind of put on the spot. Yeah, they trust you. They completely trust you. Did you not just listen to the whole conversation you had before? No, fucking the prince. They completely trust you. Happy. He said he said you wanted them to trust him. Yeah, they trust you. I mean, yeah, but then the princess would have trusted you more for not fucking marrying her out of will. I mean, if you guys just talked to her in the first meeting, you could have figured this out beforehand. I know, but this is how you get information, man. You gotta fucking talk to people. Fuck that. I gotta say something sometime, bitch. Gotta say something sometime. Yeah. I mean, it was only one persuasion check. One very important one. The princess. It's so weird calling her a princess too. Fucking tribal shit. Cause I don't know. I don't know the fucking titles. I don't give a shit. I don't like keeping up with that crap. Forget it anyway.
He's my princess.
Yeah. Right. That was pretty good. Just give yourselves like 2,000. Solid number. Adult. Yeah, that's what I figured. Cause fucking last session, that one fight took up like three, 3/4 of the session. That's insane. It's just like we gotta fucking get somewhere. That's why I also wasn't planning on cause you guys have obviously a dungeon coming up, with Zeddermunds. So yeah, yeah. So you guys got a dungeon coming up, and it's gonna be pretty packed of fights. I'll tell you that right now. So like yeah, getting all this shit out of the way. Like this wasn't planned. This whole like Happy's Village was gonna be like on the back burner, like coming back through it. But I figured it'd be a cool time to have it now. No, he did. He just sent it to me today. Yeah, yeah. So I had to think of all that shit. Yeah, I was also at work when he sent it, so I had. What was that? What was that? I don't know what he said. It was either something good about the flavor of the village or something bad, which I'm assuming it was something bad. No, he did. I just interpreted it wrong. No, yeah, yeah, that's fine. I can handle it. I'm a professional, as they say. Fucking perfect. I'm like, kind of the best. Shut up. I'm not. Kinda, I've done this shit before. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a fucking doctor's appointment in the morning. This is. I thought it was over. I thought my nightmare ended. It went away for a whole week. And now it's back. Yeah, I have gonorrhea, yeah. I'd rather have gonorrhea than this shit. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
It's pretty horrible.
No, I'd rather have gonorrhea. So instead of burning when I take a piss or do anything with my penis, I burn every time I shit. That's the same thing. Yes. But that pain is always there. Well, they equally suck. All right, I don't want either of them now. It's so bad. No, I can't anymore. I don't want to go back to the doctor. I need more of them, but I can't. I can't get the prescription because I don't have a doctor until December. I don't want to pay $75 again just to go to a fucking shitty ass doctor. I did, but only for 12 of them, and I used them all already. Yeah, I don't know. It brought it down, like it worked, but it's like it didn't kill it, so it's like coming back slowly. I c- my appointment with my doctor is in uh tw 20 days. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yes, 20 days. I feel like I could tough it out for 20 days, but last time it took 2 weeks for me to fucking fall over in pain, so, I don't know. I don't know. No! I would end it. Oh my god, it's so bad. I told you how bad the pain was the first day, right? I fucking woke up and I wanted to quit my job. It was so bad. Like I had to go to work that morning and it hurt so bad. I just like fuck this. I just want to quit. I don't even care if I stop getting money. I just don't want to feel this right now. And go and have to sit in a car all day and go to work. Like fuck that. Yeah, don't. It's horrible. Fucking exercise and don't sit all day. For the love of God. It's the worst. No, nothing like that. All right, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go to bed. I want my fucking. I need my medication. Why? Oh, I have to sit up the whole fucking session. Other, otherwise, I talk like an idiot. Then I don't like get into it. All right. Yeah. All right. Good night, guys. Bye.